Hello, hello. How's it going, everybody? Oh, I see that. I see we have accidental face cam. Um, 1 second here. Let me call back for help real quick. All right, our setup volunteer is going to adjust the cropping real quick so we get the bottom screen for Bonsai. Although face cams would be an interesting addition to the tournament for next year. Okay, looks like everything's cropped properly. If the runners are all set and ready to go, I believe they can start whenever they're ready. Everything looks good on our end. We currently do not have audio for Afonso at the moment, but we're hoping to be able to pick something up here as we get started. All right, and the runners are off. All right, everybody. So this is a Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver Manipless and Glitchless race, which means we'll be using no kinds of glitch in this run whatsoever. And we're going to be doing Manipless, which means we're not going to be doing any RNG manipulation whatsoever in this game. Now, if anyone has seen a Generation 4 run before, they'll know that a lot of runs will start on a very specific date and time for a specific RNG that allows them to get things like no encounters and a super strong starter Pokemon and whatever else they might need throughout the run. But this run uses none of that, which makes it a very fun race category, a very approachable race category, because you can pretty much do this run with any stats that you might wind up with. And we do a little yearly tournament here, so this is the second year in a row, I think, that we've had this Heart Gold Soul Silver tournament here. We are currently working on the first round of matches here. We have, on our left, we have Minnow, a very reputable PSR runner, BillBonzai, another good runner, and Afonso as well. So we are going to be just doing some really basic stuff here at the beginning of the run, getting our settings set up, getting all of our options and whatnot, and then we're going to go over and get our starter Pokemon. So even though I mentioned that there's no RNG manipulation in this game, we still do want to set our date and time to be something kind of specific. The idea is we want to pick a day where there is no hail on Mount Silver, and that will become very important at the end of the run when we're fighting Red, which is the most difficult fight in this category, and pretty much any category in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. And there's also a little bit of optimization that some runners will have to do with the intro text. If you set your date to just shy of 4 a.m. While you're going through the Professor Oak cutscene at the beginning of the game, he'll say less text. But then as soon as the time rolls over to 4 a.m., what happens is you start getting daytime encounters, so you no longer get hoot hoot. So a little bit of optimization if some people choose to go for it. A lot of people choose to play at different times of the day depending on what kind of lighting they like in their game. Some people prefer to play in the evening because you kind of get a lot of prettier colors on your screen and whatnot. So all of our runners here are going to be picking up a starter Pokemon. They're all going to go for Cyndaquil because Cyndaquil is the best out of all of them. Any other opinion is objectively wrong. And they're also going to be nicknaming it one character. So every character that draws on the text boxes at the bottom is one frame. So we want to name it only one. Only one character, so that way there's less text that has to be drawn throughout the entirety of the run. It just ends up saving quite a bit of time. So we're just doing a lot of housekeeping stuff here early in the run, picking up the Poke Gear and all that. If we tried to leave town, there'd be an NPC that tells us that we need to go back to Mom and do all this stuff, so. So now here comes one of the more RNG heavy parts of the run, which is dealing with encounters. So our runners are going to be trying to minimize as much grass tiles as they go through as possible in order to avoid encounters. Unfortunately, Minnow got hit with one right away. However, they still do want one encounter because they need just a little bit of XP to make some fights down the road a little bit easier. So Minnow running into this level 2 Pidgey here, he's going to beat that up as quickly as possible. Just for the extra XP. Bonzai also getting a Pidgey, and Afonso unfortunately playing at a looks like in the middle of the night, which means he's going to be dealing with Hoot Hoot. And Hoot Hoot is not a Pokemon we really want to kill for XP as far as I'm aware, so he's just going to be running from those. Three Hoot Hoot in a row. I hope that's not going to bode poorly for him down the road when we need to hunt specifically for a Sentret on this route. Once we obtain Pokeballs to use as a HM friend later. You're right. Playing in the nighttime is also not great because it means a lot of the security guards that you might see over the course of the run, they only fight you during the nighttime. So playing in the middle of the night is not ideal either, because that means you might have extra trainers that you're either forced to battle or have to dodge. So Minnow and Bonsai here now getting through Cherry Grove and are working their way up the route towards Mr. Pokemon's house. Of course, as soon as I switch the audio, Minnow technically goes into the lead after playing his audio for the first half of the run. So BillBonzai killing a Caterpie, I believe that was, for his XP. Ideally, you want to kill this extra Mon for XP before Mr. Pokemon because you get a full heal. And you want to be full health for the first rival fight because things can go very wrong if you're not. So you see our runners stop in that one house there and pick up the apricorn box. That is because if you didn't, the guy would come out of his house and come to you to give you to it. And it just ends up being just a hair faster to stop in the house and get the box from him. So Minnow getting through the route now and is at Mr. Pokemon's house where he'll receive an egg that will get dumped in the PC at our earliest convenience. Meanwhile, Bill and Afonso were close to each other until Afonso just hit another encounter. So a little piece of tech that you'll notice our runners doing as they run through the wild grass is that after they hit an encounter, they will run a couple of tiles. This is because there are a few tiles of immunity after getting an encounter. So you can save yourself just a little bit of time by getting some free running through the grass, because otherwise you want to minimize your encounters. Running increases your counter rate chance, so you just want to walk through the grass as much as possible. Something is going on with Afonso there. I'm not sure what's going on. His timer has reset and he's just chilling on the route here. All right, Afonso just working out some issues here with Sentret, with playing in the middle of the night. Sentret encounters might not be possible during the night. I'm not sure off the top of my head. I'm not sure if Afonso is playing on emulator or not. If he's playing on emulator and he's in a European time, that might make sense why it is nighttime. Minnow, though, encountering the first rival fight here. First rival fight, what you want to do is you want to leer a couple of times and then use 3 tackles. This maximizes the chance you can get on critting Totodile while minimizing as well as tackle misses. Tackle is a 95% accurate move in this game, which means it's about 50% accuracy in real life. So this is also the point in the run where we're going to see our first level up here, so we can try to get a peek at Minnow's stats here. Looks like he's a minus defense nature because his defense was down to 9. So I don't believe that hurts him too much in the overall scape of the run. Defense is not really a stat you need to pay attention to in the early part of this run with Cyndaquil. So Afonso opting to completely restart his run. That's going to be an unfortunate hindrance for his run overall, but he didn't have a confident backup for not being able to find Sentret, so... BillBonzai getting level 6 here. Special attack looked pretty good off the top of my head. So Minnow now is in the lab, giving his rival also a 1-character name, just to minimize the amount of text drawn on screen whenever possible. Afonso's game still looks like it's playing at nighttime. Just based on the lighting, but I could be wrong. There's no good in-game way to tell what time he's playing at unless he opens up the Pokegear. His timer will also end up being 10 minutes behind since he has also chose to restart his timer. So Minnow is now entering the catching tutorial. Catching tutorial is one of the main reasons why we choose a female at the start of the run. If you are playing as the male and the female is teaching you the catching tutorial, she ends up doing a little dance as she catches a Pokemon before actually showing you how to catch one. I think the lore is like you weren't paying attention or she just got ahead of herself or something. So you see her and her Meryl do a little bit of a song and dance for a couple of seconds, and that just ends up being time loss. So BillBonzai also entering the catching tutorial now. So now our runners are going to be actively looking for a Sentret. Minnow getting one right away. Sentret is very useful because it only knows 2 moves. Because it knows 2 moves and can learn 3 HMs that we need to teach it throughout the run, Cut, Surf, and Whirlpool, it just ends up being the best HM friend that we can pick up right away. Minnow went for 2 tackles to lower it into the yellows and make it a much safer catch. Sentret at just above half HP is about a 78% catch, so going a little lower makes it just that little bit more consistent. The only issue with that, though, is that sometimes Sentret can be holding an Oran Berry, and if you knock its health low enough, it could use an Oran Berry and restore most of its health and end up making things more difficult than it needs to be for you. So Bonzai unfortunately critting his Sentret. That's not something that you like to see. He's going to get a little extra XP, which may or may not help him depending on some of his stats. And if it was enough XP to be worth it. But hopefully he'll be able to encounter another one really quickly. Sentret are only about a 40% chance to find, so they're not too difficult, but they can definitely be really trolly with how often they choose to appear. Bonzai fortunately finding one without much of a hassle. So now we're on our first trainer battle, youngster Mikey. Nothing too crazy to write home about here, just a couple of tackles, and we'll sneak in Windleer and Rattata just to make it easier. Minnow's going to go for a safety heal here. We currently do not have access to a fire type move yet, so having your health low enough to be in Blaze does not help you right now. Cyndaquil having really good attack. I think I saw 18 at level 7, which is more than enough to have some fun in Azalea. BillBonzai right behind him, just also starting youngster Mikey. You like to see races within about a battle of each other. Our mother is going to give us a quick phone call here, asking if we should send some money to her. We're going to say no because it's slow to have the extra text box of her, of us sending money to mom, and also she then has a chance to start calling us and telling us about all the random things that she buys with our money. And Minnow, thankfully, getting through the route without too many encounters after Mikey, so that's good. You'll love to see it. So we're going to stop in the Violet Center here, not because we need to heal, but because we want to set our death warp point to here. Otherwise, we would end up all the way back in Newbark Town if we wiped out, and we don't want to have to come back through all of that wild grass, because that will really hurt on top of already taking a death that we don't intend. So there are a couple of scary fights here in Violet City that it just makes it a really good idea in a race to stop at the center. So you notice that Minnow is opting to run through this tower, although you can still get encounters. Encounter rate is so low in Sprout Tower that it is better to just run through it overall. Even if you hit an encounter, you'd still be faster than walking. Correct. Afonso had an unfortunate situation with his set date and time, I think, to where he felt the need to restart his run. So his time is going to be about 10 minutes behind. His timer is about 10 minutes behind everybody else. My best advice is going to be just to take Bill or Minnow's timer and just kind of pretend it's below Afonso's. Because they all started at the same time, but Afonso has had some issues with hooking up to race time, which is what the runners are using to sync up their race together. And when he reset, he ended up resetting his timer as well, So they're all synced up, it's just Afonso's time is off because he chose to reset it. So here in Sprout Tower, we have a lot of people that we need to fight. It's not really anything special. We just use Tackle until we eventually get to level 9, or 10, sorry. Once we get level 10, then we will get access to Ember, and then these Bellsprout become a lot easier to deal with. We're going to talk to any mandatory fights instead of having them do their exclamation point and walk to us, because it's much faster to put in the effort to talk to them. So. No problem, Bahamut. Unfortunate tackle miss. You hate to see it. But now we get to level 10 here. So now we got Ember, and now we could one-shot the Bellsprout instead of endlessly tackling and praying for no misses. Minnow's second encounter, I believe, in Sprout Tower, unfortunately. But he is going after this Rattata just to get a little extra XP. Unfortunate crit from that Rattata, though. He's going to think about it for a second. He's going to go for the heal. I believe these Rattata have access to Quick Attack. And because they have access to Quick Attack, they could have one-shot him there. So doing the heal was the right play. But with the XP gained from that extra Ratata, he will have a little bit better of a time against the last fight in this tower, Elder Lee. But unfortunately, with that snafu with Ratata, BillBonzai is caught up significantly. Oh, now Bill gets an encounter, unfortunately. So Minnow's gonna get his lead back a little bit here. Still pretty close between our runners here. There are still a lot of fights that can equalize things between them very quickly. So we have our first big fight here is Elder Lee. He has 2 Bellsprout and a Hoot. He sends Hoot out second. The one issue with Hoot is that it likes to use Hypnosis, and at this point in the run, we do not have access to Awakenings yet. So if we fall asleep, we unfortunately just have to try and push through it and hope for an early wake-up. Hoot also has Peck, which usually does about 4, depending on your stats. It can do 6 if you have a really bad Cyndaquil. But most of the time, you'll see it only do 4. Getting that burn is pretty good. It might end up saving Minnow a turn here. Unfortunately, getting put asleep, though, but the burn will still do work while he's asleep. Peck only doing 3 to Minnow. I think he does have a plus defense, minus defense? I'm not sure. Not sure anymore. It's hard to keep track of 3 Cyndaquil stats at once. Finally got the wake up there on Bellsprout as Bill defeats Hoot. So now, conveniently, at the top of this tower next to the Elder, there's an escape rope that we can use, so we don't have to walk all the way back down. Minnow is going to skip healing here because his health was at 20. You usually don't want to go with too low of HP for Falconer. Falconer can be pretty trolly otherwise. And having that potion is just safe. And since we have to menu to use the escape rope, it's just convenient to potion there. So now we're getting on to the first of a handful of scary early fights. So Falconer here, his first is a Pidgey that knows Sand Attack. If it uses Sand Attack, it lowers our accuracy, which is not good. We do have a Sentra in our back pocket, though, that we can swap to in order to restore Cyndaquil's accuracy if necessary. A crit from Pidgey, you hate to see it. It's better than a Sand Attack, though. So now, Falconer is going to be sending out Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto is kind of annoying because as long as it's taken damage, it has a 50-50 chance of using Roost. And we don't want to see it use Roost. We just want to be able to kill it. Any burns or crits are always nice to see. Minnow is going to heal because Pidgeotto is in range to kill him. Another crit tackle. Oh, you hate to see that. Usually Pidgeotto does around 9 HP to you. So getting a burn there is good, and the Blaze Shot helps too. Fortunately, still going to have to heal again for Bill. Or for Minnow, sorry. And Bill got crit by Pidgeotto. Oh my god, you hate to see it. Bill is unfortunately going to have to send out Sentra and wipe and go back to Violet Center and have to reattempt Falconer here. Meanwhile, Minnow gets away by the skin of his teeth. I'm not sure how he's doing on healing items. I feel like he's used a lot so far. The early part of this run can get really tight when you don't have a lot of healing items. And for everyone just coming in from Speed Gaming 2, this is a Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Manipless, Glitchless race. In this category of Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, there is no RNG manipulation whatsoever. There is also no glitches used whatsoever. This is a very fun category to pick up. It is highly encouraged. There are plenty of very friendly notes to use to get started if you're ever interested in running. We are currently hosting a yearly Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Glitchless, Manipless tournament amongst some of the best runners. If you have any questions about the category or the event itself, you can use plenty of commands in chat. You can do !R to see all the runners. You can do !C to find out more about the commentator, me. You can also do !HGSS to figure out more about the tournament itself, including the brackets and matchups. You can donate to the prize pool for our runners and find out lots of more information about the PSR community as well. So Bill now taking on Pidgeotto. All good so far. No roosts. You love to see it. Another thing about Pidgeotto that I didn't get to mention at this point is that you can speed type Pidgeotto, which makes the fight way less convenient. You can also outspeed it if you have like a plus speed nature or just a really good Cyndaquil in general. And that can make things a little hairier sometimes. I believe the ideal is that you are always slower than Pidgeotto. Bill now successfully getting through Faulkner on his second attempt. And Minnow now, after picking up the egg and doing some shopping, is on his way to Azalea. We're going to be picking up a Miracle Seed here from this guy. Not because we need it, but because if we didn't, he would stop us and give it to us. But now that we have a gym badge, we also have access to repels. So now we can not worry about getting wild encounters as much and just use repels to get around as quickly as possible. So as we get closer to Union Cave here, it's appropriate to start talking about what are known as spinners. Spinners are trainers that kind of look in multiple directions, that sometimes randomly. There are a couple of setups within Generation 4 to be able to avoid spinners. So what Minnow is going to do here is he's going to stop right before him. And as he turns, he's going to do kind of 2 turn frames back and forth, and then he's going to walk 1 tile and then run through after flashing the menu. You flash that menu just to kind of interrupt his cycle, and you close it using X, because otherwise there are some properties to some spinners that we call whether or not they're deaf. So if you run near a spinner, some spinners will go out of their way to look at you, unless you walk past them. So if we walk past them for the 1 tile that they can into the 1 tile they can see us, and then start running afterwards, they can't see us. Minnow taking it safe through the grass there. There is a hiker on that route where it rains, who has a Geodude and a Machop. And being a fire type and in the rain, it is not a very fun fight. It is one you can win, at least, which is nice because we've traveled so far from Violet. But it is not one you want to find yourself in. So if you go into the second row of grass or below, the hiker cannot see you. So Minnow is not going to stop at the center yet. He's going to go straight into Slowpoke Well here. If your Faulkner and other Leaf fights go well and you have a lot of embers left over, you can jump into Slowpoke Well right away. That is nice because you can usually have Blaze, which can help get some ranges on some of the Rocket Grunts Pokemon here. So So some runners will opt to repel in Slowpoke Well, some will not. The encounter rate here in Slowpoke Well is really low, just like it is in Sprout Tower. And we're in here for so little time that it's usually not worth it. Now you're going to notice on Bill's screen, Bill's in Union Cave, but he's going to go pick up an X attack. This X attack is useful for if your attack is less than ideal for an upcoming fight here in Azalea Town. Bill going for the 2 turn frames and then flash the menu to get past. That second spinner, unfortunately, taking his sweet time for Bill. Bill's repel is going to run out here, so he's either going to have to risk the grass to avoid the hiker, or he's just going to have to go for it. He is opting for the grass and gets no encounters, which is good. You'll love to see it. Now, the big issue here with Azalea Town is that there's 2 big fights here. There is the Rival 2 fight, and there is Bugsy. Now, each fight sucks, to put it straight, depending on your Cyndaquil stats. Doing Rival 2 first lets you have a better chance at getting through Bugsy. But not all Cyndaquils are good enough to do Rival 2 early, so sometimes you just have to suck it up and do Bugsy. It can also be down to runner preference. By default, you usually go for Bugsy first to make Rival 2 less scary. If you have bad attack, which is a big stat that matters for Rival 2, like what Bill just did, you can grab that X attack to make it a little bit better. Bill also getting an encounter in Slowpoke Well, unfortunately. Minnow's health is starting to get low here in Slowpoke Well. Great for Blaze, but not great for the final fight here. The last fight in the well here, the executive, I believe his name is Petrel, he has a coughing that uses Smog, and Smog tends to also poison. If Smog poisons, it's not great. Remember, he hasn't taken a center yet either, so if something goes wrong with Quilava here, he has to wipe all the way back to the Violet Center. So we'll see what happens in this fight for Minnow here. Here comes the coughing that tends to poison you. It is a 2-shot, so he's guaranteed to get a hit off on you. But looks like Minnow is going for the Super Potion here, so he played it safe. And a very good play indeed, because he did get the Smog Poison. Very good play from Minnow there. Now Afonso, who unfortunately had some technical difficulties in the first 10 minutes of the run and had to start 10 minutes later. He is synced up with the rest of the runners, but his timer is 10 minutes late because he chose to restart 10 minutes into his run. Unfortunately, that is not going to be ignored, so he is 10 minutes behind everybody else, despite his timer being 10 minutes behind everybody else. Is now entering Faulkner, so hopefully everything goes well for him. He gets a burned on Pidgey, but gets hit with a sand attack. So the play for Afonso is going to be to swap out to Sentret, and then let it die so Cyndaquil can get its accuracy back. Minnow, though, now starting Rival 2. Rival 2 can be a bit of a pain sometimes. See what happens here. Let's see what Ghastly does. It does have Curse and Spite. It looks like it goes for Spite. It's gonna make Ember PP a little tighter for Bugsy if he chooses not to heal before Bugsy, which I imagine will be the case. Alright, so now we got Croconaw here. One of the stats that really matter for Cyndaquil or slash Quilava is special defense. That is because if you have good special defense, Water Gun will do on average 20, and you can usually tank 2 Water Guns like that before dying. We're also going to be setting up some Leers and an X attack in order to get Croconaw into a range that is a lot easier to work with. Unfortunate crit from Minnow. You want Croconaw to use Scary Face as much as possible to get as many setup turns as you need in order to kill. So now, unfortunately, he has lost his... No, I don't... Did he get his X attack in yet? I didn't catch if he used his X attack. If he lost his X attack, that's not great. But it is not uncommon in a Heart Gold Soul Silver run to die to Rival 2. Or a race, sorry. A crit like that can really just make things not great. But thankfully, when we white out, we're only like 10 feet away from the fight itself, so we can just go right back into it. Ghastly going for Spite again on Minnow. Minnow getting an extra level now on top of that for Croconaw. As Bill now starts Rival 2. So the ideal is only 1 Leer in Quick Attack for Minnow. Nope, 2 Leers now. And now Quick Attack. So now, if we use another Quick Attack, Croconaw risks falling into Torrent, and if it decides to use... Wow, crit bite, that sucks. If Croconaw falls into Torrent, Water Gun does even more, and being a Fire type, that is no bueno. So what we're going to use is probably a Tackle here, just to weaken it a little bit without putting it into Torrent. And then now, because we'll use Quick Attack next, he will not get another opportunity to attack, so Minnow will survive. Croconaw. Zubat can be a little bit of a troll because it has... I believe it's Supersonic to confuse you. It has a confusing move at the very least. Bill using his X attack here. Quilava going down to Zubat. I think that might be another loss for Minnow. That is going to be another loss for Minnow. I didn't quite catch what happened on Zubat, but Zubat can kill you when you're at lower health, and is very unfortunate when it does. Bill getting through Crocodile now. If he can get through Zubat without any issue, he can take the lead now. Supersonic miss on Bill. Another supersonic miss. And he's going to get through Zubat successfully. So BillBonzai is going to take the lead here over Minnow, as Minnow is going into the third rival attempt at Rival 2. Getting Spite a third time on Ghastly. That is sometimes better to see than Curse. Some people like to see Curse instead. Now, I didn't catch if Bill deposited Sentra in the PC or if it's dead. I'll find out in a second here. Okay, so Sentra is still in his party, but it is dead. The reason that you want Sentra to die on Rival 2 is because there is a double fight in this gym, and only having one Pokemon alive in your party allows you to skip that double battle. It is faster to have Sentra die to Rival 2 if we do Rival 2 early, so that way we don't have to deposit it in the PC. Because otherwise we do need Sentret out of the PC after we're done with Azalea in order to use Cut. So Minnow just killed Sentret there on Zubat, so that way he can avoid the double fight in Bugsy's gym as well. And Minnow getting through Rival 2 finally. So you'll see on Bill's screen here, there's that double fight that I mentioned. Because he only has one alive in his party, they will not interact with him. Otherwise, as soon as you get off that spider, they would initiate a double battle. Now, Bugsy is the other really difficult fight in this area because Bugsy leads with a Scyther, and Scyther has Focus Energy, Leer, and Quick Attack. All three of those moves are a recipe for disaster because Scyther is faster than us, so even if we use Quick Attack, we will not be faster. So the best thing that we can do is use Ember and Prey. So Bill's Scyther went for a Focus Energy turn 1. Now he's going to heal with a potion to stay outside of Quick Attack crit range. Quick Attack hit without any issue. Looks like Afonso hit a spinner unintentionally. You hate to see it. Bill going for a Super Potion now after taking another Quick Attack. Scyther at just a hair outside of dying, and Bugsy is going to unfortunately use a Super Potion to heal that. Quick Attack still hasn't crit yet for Bill. You love to see that. Scyther eventually going down, so Bill is going to get through Bugsy without any issue now. Bugsy's second and third is just a Metapodic Kakuna, and they are no threats to us whatsoever as a fire type. Afonso also hitting the Hiker spinner outside of Azalea Town. That is going to hurt him quite a bit. At least getting a burn on Geodude to help him out a little bit. With that little extra damage. But it looks like he might be out of Ember PP from hitting that previous spinner, so things are going to get extra interesting now. Since Quick Attack is not very effective against Geodude. The burn finally killing it though, so Afonso just has to get through Machop. Minnow just getting through Scyther with 3 HP. I believe with the extra experience that Minnow got, he learned Flame Wheel already and opted to use that, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, so both runners are out of Bugsy with Bill in the lead here. Bill in the lead, not by much though. We're going to repel just outside of the gate here in order to make things a little more efficient with our repel routing here. And now we got to start this whole far-fetched side quest thing here. So this far-fetched quest isn't too difficult. It's just stepping on some specific branches and putting far-fetched in a specific position, facing a specific direction in order to catch it from behind, like that. On the way to the second one, however, you're gonna duck down here real quick and pick up this revive. This revive will be nice to use as a safety item for the next kind of section of the run here, before we can actually buy revives. So we intentionally talk to that Farfetch'd head on, so he goes into the ideal location to catch it, without wasting a ton of steps either. So if all goes well with their repel movement, the repel should end right in front of that cut tree, so that they can use the repel and teach cut to center it on the same menu. Just like that for Bill. Now the tricky part sometimes is when you are supposed to use a repel and do a other action like teach an HM. A lot of runners will take care of the teaching the HM or using the healing item or whatever first, so that when they close the menu after using the repel, which is the last thing they do, all they have to do is open up the menu and they're right where they need to be for the next repel. Sometimes, however, it can get missed using that repel, and you might end up with an accidental encounter later down the line. It's a very easy thing to miss. But we have another X attack in this forest that we're going to pick up that'll make a fight a little bit longer down the road, a little safer. There's also a super potion here that some runners might elect to pick up for safety, or if they're low on heals. I believe Minnow is in a position where he might want to consider that, if I'm not mistaken. There's also 2 other hidden items to pick up here, so we're going to pick up a full heal here, and then there's also a ether hiding right next to it. So those will come in handy later down the line, but we're going to pick them up now since they're right on the route. So, yep, Minnow opting to pick up the super potion here for safety down the line. Bill, unfortunately, getting an encounter in the last tile of grass. That middle of the 3 tiles of grass there is the most optimal position to go into the next cutscene in, and unfortunately, in those few tiles that he had to run, he hit an encounter. So that'll give Minnow just a couple of seconds to catch up there. Minnow almost forgetting the ether, having trouble finding it here. He's standing right on top of it. Decides it's not worth picking up and is just going to roll without it because he can't find it. Minnow getting short on repels because he couldn't find the unrepel steps. So now that we're in Goldenrod, we get access to the bike here, so we're going to take care of that right away so we can move around a lot quicker. We watch a Minnow stomp on an ether for like 5 minutes. So now we got the bike, we're going to register it right away so we can pull it out using Y really quickly, and then also use it to get out of the bag. Next thing we're going to do is head into Radio Tower here, and we're going to do the quiz for the radio card, so we have access to the radio. This is important to unlock Whitney. So now we got Whitney unlocked and we can go to her gym. We're still going to do one more thing in Goldenrod here quick before we start it. We're going to go up to this gate here, and there's this guy who wants us to deliver a letter for him. Instead of giving us just the letter, however, he gives us his whole Spearow that's holding mail. That's part of like the whole mail gimmick thing that was in Gen 4. And I think Gen 5 too, but nobody ever used it. So this Spearow is really nice. Its stats are always the same. And it is also makes Whitney's gym very consistent. So what we're going to do is we'll switch it to the front right away, and we'll use it as our main for the next 2 gyms here. It does leagues better than Quilava for these fights. So this first fight in the gym has 3 Jigglypuff. They are a 14 and 16 to kill with Aerial Ace. Afonso on Rival 2 now. I believe he chose to do Rival 2 early. Yes, because he's using the X attack. Aerial is disabled. That is not great. Fortunately, Bill got a Fury attack that managed to finish it. You love to see it. Minnow also starting the same fight now. Ideally, in this Whitney's gym, you don't want to take any damage from the 2 trainers that you have to fight on your way to Whitney. It is best case to be full health going into Whitney. So Kenya's going to level up to 21 here and is going to want to learn Mirror Move. We're going to teach Mirror Move because if we didn't, once it evolves to Furo, it'll try to learn it again. And Mirror Move actually ends up being useful for Whitney. It is a move that lets you use what the opponent just used on you. So we will use Mirror Move to use Stomp on Miltank. And since we are normal flying, we get the stab benefits, as well as a tiny chance to, I believe it's the flinch. So Whitney's going to lead with the Clefairy here. This Clefairy can attack us. It is usually not too big of a troll, but it does take 2 hits to kill. So usually Clefairy likes to use Mimic and copy our Aerial Ace, but because it goes for Mimic, in the 1 turn that it gets to attack, we get to kill it without any issue. And now we're going to get to Miltank. Since we are female, and Miltank is also female, it will not use Attract. Instead, what it likes to do is it likes to spam Stomp. We do need to set up 2 Leers, though, to drop its defense low enough for our Stomp to be able to kill it. And unfortunately, when we're down to this low of health, there is a chance that Miltank will opt to use Rollout instead. If it does use Rollout, we could still win the fight. Ooh, Rollout miss. That's good. Really nice to not end up taking unintentional damage there. Now that it's using Stomp, he can actually use Mirror Move to copy Stomp and finish it off. You can back it up with Aerial Ace if it chooses to use Rollout on the turn that you have to heal. But the ideal is that Whitney always wants to use Stomp, so you just copy Stomp. Aerial Ace PP also sort of matters, so we want to be cautious about how many Aerial Aces we end up wasting. Ideally, we don't have to use any on Miltank, but if it opts to use Rollout, then there's not much you can do. Minnow is now starting Miltank here. Let's see if he gets any better luck here. He got a Stomp off. And a flinch. Would you look at that? He got the flinch. That's going to save some time over Bill, I believe. I don't know overall who ended up getting a better Whitney, but you love to see a stomp flinch. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to head over to this little botany shop or whatever and pick up the squirt bottle. Apparently, we need to have the 3rd gym badge to be trusted with a watering can. I don't know why. Looks like Afonso now has also gotten through Bugsy without much of an issue. You love to see it. So now as we start to head north here towards Eckerteak, there are going to be 2 spinners that we need to pass here. Both of these spinners are deaf, I believe, so that you can just run past them as long as you react quick enough to them turning away from where you're trying to run past them. They do have some not nice Pokemon if you end up hitting them. The first one has a bunch of Voltorb, who all can paralyze you. And the second one, the Fire Breather, has 2 Magmar that also have Flame Body or something similar that causes you to burn. So not great fights to hit, and even worse if you end up getting a status condition. Bill's going to use a Repel here and carefully walk up to him. As soon as he turned away, he went for running past him, and he got through both of them pretty quickly without any issue. So that's good. Minnow getting past the first one without much of an issue. The second one almost got him, but he managed to just sneak by. I'm going to repel now and start heading up to the next trainer. Bill on his way to the next fight here, but first he's got to do all the Sudowoodo stuff here. We're going to run from the Sudowoodo because it is not worth our time to do anything else. This next double fight coming up is very trolly. They each have a Wigglytuff and a Clefairy. Both of them have some, or Clefable, sorry, not Clefairy. Both of them have some really trolly moves, such as Metronome and Encore. And Double Slap. And some other moves that I may be forgetting. But not a great fight to handle overall, especially when you're at lower HP. If you get like a 5-hit Double Slap, it can make things very uncomfortable. So you can kind of attack this fight a couple different ways depending on Qualaba's HP. It looks like Qualaba's in Blaze right now, so he's going to go after the... Oh, he's going to go after the right side. The right side you usually go for if you do not have Blaze, and you go for the left side if you do have Blaze. He definitely has Blaze now, but I think he's going to commit to killing the right side. Bill managing to get through the fight without much of an issue. Just got to get through this Clefable here, which shouldn't be too hard of an ask. Alright, that's a good double fight for Bill. And now Minnow is just starting the double fight here. He's going to go after the left side first. Looks like Minnow getting the left side taken care of, no issue. Here's a double slap on Kenya. Looks like there was a metronome magma storm at some point. It looks like it might be affecting Quilava, if I'm not mistaken. So Quilava might go down here if Wigglytuff doesn't die. Nice crit on Wigglytuff, so Minnow is going to get through that double fight without too much of an issue. Only a really weird troll metronome magma storm. Bill saving the audience members from an awful performance from a Team Rocket Grunt. I'm going to pick up Surf here. Bill's going to stop in the center here, and looks like he was thinking about selling something, or maybe he misclicked. But we are going to buy we're going to buy 2 net balls. I'm not sure why we need 2 net balls. We buy usually only 1 because the next thing that we're going to catch has a 100% chance of catching in a net ball even from full. So we'll see if that second net ball gets used for anything. We're going to buy a couple of revives now that we can, a couple of awakenings, some paralyze heals, just to kind of help heal us up from any unintended status conditions. We're also going to pick up some super repels now, since we are just about to run out, if haven't already, of regular repels. Come by Quagsire on Mount Silver. That's going to be an interesting play. I'm going to be really interested to see how that turns out now. Okay. So Bill is buying 2 net balls to back up. He has an issue with red. Bill is going to heal up his team here. He's not going to bother to revive Sentret. For safety's sake, you would usually revive Sentret to use as a free switch here. But we're going to be taking care of Rival 3 here. Rival 3 is not the greatest with Kenya, so we are going to switch out to Quilava on his second Pokemon, which is a Magnemite. Magnemite has a means of confusing you as well as paralyzing you. And depending on what health Kenya is, may motivate Magnemite to use certain moves, and then Quilava suffers the consequences because we need to switch into him. So here comes that Magnemite. He's going to do a switch into Quilava here, because Quilava does a much better job of killing Magnemite than Kenya. And he's going to get the Paralyze here, but he's going to try and hit through it, but now he's also confused and hit himself with Confusion. Looks like he's going to go for a full heal here to get rid of his Paralysis and Confusion. Magnemite using a Sonic Boom, which is only going to do 20 damage, and now he's going to wrap things up with a Flame Wheel. Now for Croconaw, we do want to get a couple layers off on it, but we're basically just stalling until Quilava dies, because we don't want Kenya to switch into Croconaw. We want to get a free switch. Unfortunately, though, Croconaw has not changed since the last fight and really likes to use Scary Face. And that can end up costing you a lot of time waiting for Croconaw to get around and hit you. Bill opting to just spam Leer, so Croconaw is like -5, -6 at this point, so 1 Aerial Ace should probably kill. And he gets a 1-shot on Croconaw. Minnow getting Magnemite here, so hopefully he doesn't get the same issue to happen before. He did have Sentret alive, so he's going to use Sentret as a body shield. Sentret's going to get paralyzed here, and now he's going to heal Kenya while he waits for Sentret to die. Now he's going to send out Quilava for free, and because Quilava is faster, he's going to be able to get off an Ember, no issue. And with Quilava on 1 HP, That is the best case because Croconaw is going to want to try and kill you at such low health. You got that Leer off, and then the bite's going to kill. Now we can send out Kenya, and he should be able to kill Croconaw in 2 aerial aces since it's only -1. Kenya is going to be at -4 after those 2 scary faces. You don't like to see that because that means Zubat can be faster than you. And Zubat can still be a troll with confusion. Just like that. Unfortunately, he got the confusion and hit himself in confusion. Got the instant snap out at least, so that's good. We're near instant snap out anyway. So Minnow is going to get through Rival 3 without any issue as Bill starts the first gym trainer of Morty's gym. Morty's gym is a bit of a slog to go through, especially when the first gym trainer has 5 Pokemon. Minnow not going for the optimization. There's a recent optimization found that if you go up 1 tile after coming down the ladder, you can save 1.5 seconds with NPC movement in this cutscene. And Minnow is on his way now to the gym. Bill, unfortunately, falling off on this gym. The one gimmick here is that there is one singular path to go through, and certain parts of it are not lit up, so it's kind of hard to get through certain areas. The movement is also very tight, since there's usually only a 1-tile gap. So falling off twice is not ideal, but because it's earlier in the path, there's not as much time loss. Afonso getting dangerously low health on that Snubble. Bill taking his time this time with movement to make sure that he doesn't fall off. Triple flinched? Oh my god. That is awful. You hate to see it when you get flinched. Afonso is going to have to heal for Whitney here. Or at the very least in his best interest. Bill being very conscious of movement, and he still fell off. Oh no. That's probably the hardest part of this gym, because there is a little go around here that is very hard to see. But it saves time by not having to have the NPC walk down to you. So in this part of the run, our aerial ace PP gets really tight. We need a couple for some of the fights in here, but if we have any extra, we will try to use them here instead of using Pursuit, because that would help skip the super effective text. Bill is going to be coming up on Morty here. Morty is a bit of a troll. His second Pokemon, which is a Haunter, has a 50-50 chance to kill. You can do some setup while Morty heals to save having to do it later on his Gengar. But this fight can get really awkward, especially if you get Cursed. Cursed is a move that does 1/4 of your HP every turn, and if you get it, you're going to have to revive Quilava and then revive Kenya. Bliss Haunter here is a 50-50. Let's see if he gets it. Fingers crossed. He does not, and he gets Cursed. Oh, no. At least that gets him through the Haunter, but it's going to be an unfortunate situation. Hopefully he has somebody alive that he can swap to. Otherwise, he's going to have to spend a turn getting that swap. I'm going to skip learning Agility here because it's not a move that we need. He's going to go for the Leer at least to get one hit off before he needs to switch. He's going for the X attack. He's going to try and tank through this curse. He's going to need to heal, and he's still asleep, so he's got to get through that sleep somehow. Either by sheer luck or using an awakening. But he's on a time limit here with his healing items. Going for an aerial ace here to get rid of Gengar. This should be still a win for him. He's at 12 health, but this Haunter should be a guaranteed with Pursuit. What an expert play. Tanks through the curse. What a G. Minnow catching up, I think, getting through Gengar now. Minnow had a lot of opportunity to catch up here after that curse, because I don't think he got cursed at all. So we're going to be within a minute of each other going into the Magikarp here. Now, we do switch to a level 50 Magikarp here, just south of the Lake of Rage. They are a 1% chance to encounter. On average, this carp hunt will take just a hair over an hour, It's going to take a hair over a minute on average to find this Magikarp. So hopefully both of our runners can find one within at the same time as each other to keep this race really tight. It's nice having the lead going into Magikarp, because if you get a bad hunt, you can easily tank the time loss by being in the lead. But these two are down to the wire here, so you're going to want to keep your eyes glued to the screen here and see who gets their Magikarp first. Bill's going to get a little bit of an advantage on Minnow getting to the Lake of Rage first. So we're going to hop onto this pool of water here. We're going to look up and down a couple of times in order to increase our chances of getting an encounter, and then we're going to spin as fast as we can. Now, this spinning is really easy to do on emulator or 3DS because you have, usually your controller has like an analog stick or something that you can spin around in a circle to get those turn frames really easy. You can still spin really fast on DS by rolling the D-pad with your thumb, but it is not a great time, and will definitely make your thumb feel really sore, especially if you get a really bad carp hunt. Minnow getting to the water now. Hopefully both of these guys can get a carp within a reasonable amount of time here. Minnow's got to restart his repel though. Minnow having trouble getting his rhythm here. Alright, looks like Minnow is finally getting settled now. Bill has had plenty of time to get this Magikarp, though. Minnow slipping out a little bit there. I'm not sure what platform each of our runners have chosen to participate on in this race. DS is the most error-prone when it comes to doing turn frames, so that might be what he's using. What Minnow is using. I'm not sure about Bill's case. I believe Bill is on MU, actually. I think I've seen his mouse flying around on the bottom screen when he's menuing. So Bill has the advantage here because he's probably using a analog or like a thumbstick to turn around, which makes things very consistent and easy to do. Minnow is probably on DS with the amount of mistakes he's been making, opting to just go back and forth on the D-pad. You don't want to end up wasting a ton of tiles in your hunt here. Bill getting his carp now. Hopefully Minnow gets his just a second behind. Oh my god, we got a race. Both of our runners are going to catch the Magikarp here. You're going to definitely want to keep an eye on these Magikarp's stats. Every Magikarp is runnable, but we want to find a plus attack one if we can. Minnow not happy with this game right now. I wonder why. Bill is going to encounter their legendary red Gyarados here, but he's going to run away from it right away because the Gyarados that we just picked up will be much better. So we're going to do some quick switching around here, and now we're going to start feeding some rare candies so we can get our Gyarados. We picked up one in Ecruteak, and then there's one here just outside the Lake of Rage that we also picked up. Now we're definitely going to want to pay attention to Gyarados' stats here. Both of our runners are going to get their Magikarps up to level 52. They're also going to teach it Strength, and then they're also going to teach it Surf. Plus attack, you love to see that on a Gyarados. Plus attack, 0 IV. Oh, you hate to see a 0 IV and a plus nature. So now we're starting Rocket HQ here. Nothing too interesting. A lot of surfs, a lot of strengths, fighting as few grunts as necessary, the whole rigmarole. We're going to disable the security system there by going through that snaking area and dodging that scientist and just messing with the PC there. Afonso currently working on Rival 3 and Burn Tower. Bill does have a pretty good Gyarados, even though it's 0 IV, that plus attack really helps him still. I did not catch the nature of Minnows, though. I got all his stats, but the photo that I took, it's not very easy to tell if it was plus special attack or special defense. But even looking at the raw stat numbers, Minnow's Gyarados has a 143 attack versus Bill's 148. So even though he's plus nature, the difference isn't that much. It still might matter in a couple of fights, though. Bill is also a very high but minus defense stat at 91. That's about a 29 to 30 with a minus nature. Special attack is on the lower end with only 5 to 6. Speed is pretty quick with a 25 to 26, which is really nice to see. That means you'll outspeed a lot of fights that get really sketchy if you're slow. Not all, but most. Fonzo is now going to be making his way to Morty here. Yeah, Bill's special attack being only a 5 to 6 is not great, but it is still workable. Any Gyarados is workable. Just some stats matter a little more than others when it comes to running slightly more efficient strategies and whatnot. So, looks like Bill is still going to be in the lead here by just a little bit. Even though they got their Gyaradoses at almost the same time, Bill managed to just sneak ahead a little. For those unaware or who have recently tuned in, this is a Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver glitchless Manipless race amongst 3 wonderful runners. This category uses no RNG manipulation or glitches whatsoever. This is a very easy pick up and play race category for those interested. We are currently in the middle of a tournament where some of the best runners are attempting to beat each other out in a bracket style 3-man race tournament style thing, kinda. If you're interested in learning more, you can use !HGSS to learn more. You can also learn more about each of the runners by doing !R or !C for the commentator. Nice. Now that Bill has taken care of the executive there, this Murkrow is going to guide us all the way back while mimicking the executive's voice. For some reason, Murkrow are parrots. Afonso sneakily getting around the last trainer in the gym before approaching Morty. Bill now is going to be entering a double battle here. This double battle can be a little hairy sometimes if you have bad special attack. You'll be using Surf for the first couple of pokes here to kill, but this Arbok is a bit of a range, and if you miss that range, you risk Arbok using Glare and paralyzing you. And unfortunately, he did not get the range on Arbok. So Arbok has a chance to use Glare here on Gyarados. And unfortunately, it did go for the Paralyze, so he is going to have to heal that right away. That's a little bit of a time loss there. This is likely also a range for Minnow. Bill's special attack was 70, whereas Minnow is 69, so this is probably definitely a range for Minnow as well. And he also manages to miss the range, unfortunately. But he's going to get a Glare miss, so that's going to help him just a little bit. Just a little bit of time save over Bill here and how this fight has been going so far. Now, unfortunately, the executive who has the Arbok has a few more Pokemon than the Grunt, so we end up with a couple of 2v1s that we have to wrap up here. All right, so Minnow through the double fight now as well. The race is really tight. Now we just take care of all of these Electrode really quick. We just use Surf on them because it'll insta-kill them, and it is also the move with the least amount of text. If there are multiple moves that can potentially kill a poke, we want to use the one that has the least amount of text. Afonso did not start 10 minutes late. What happened was he started the run at the same time as everyone else, and then he opted to reset because his run was starting in the middle of the night and he was not able to get Sentret. He also opted to restart his timer for some reason in the process, despite being a race. So you're going to have to ignore his timer and just put, like, Bill's over his. All the runners are synced up. It's just Afonso ends up being a little late. And that time has to be counted against him, unfortunately. For context here, Minnow is PB is a 3:45.24. BillBonzai's is a 3:48.26. So our runners have a pretty close PB to each other. So this race could be really tight all the way up to the end at this point, considering their Gyarados were found within a second of each other. Afonso is now starting his Gyarados hunt here. Hopefully he can get his within a reasonable amount of time. The bike shop is calling Bill. That is not something that you can avoid. Although that was quite a while ago because I was looking at the actual stream instead of the commentator preview. So I started spectating things way in the past. Afonso getting his Magikarp. Hopefully that wasn't too big of a hunt for him. Hopefully he gets a good one too here. So here we are at Price's gym. Because we are so high level, this gym is usually not much of an issue. This Dugong that Bill and Minnow are about to fight here can be a bit of a troll if you have bad attack. It can survive, and sometimes it likes to use rest and just full heal. In Bill's case, it went for Ice Shard, which is a priority move, I believe. And both managed to take it down without much of an issue here. Still really close between these two. Bill accidentally going backwards on the puzzle, which is going to offset his lead even more. Afonso with a plus defense minus special defense Gyarados here at level 51. Afonso just taking the time to make sure that he punches all his stats in so he knows what he's dealing with. Build creeping his way through Price. Minnow looks like lost a little bit of time on the fight. I was busy punching in stats for Afonso, so I know what I'm working with as he gets to certain fights. So Bill is going to pull ahead again just a little bit. Afonso unfortunately hitting one of the spinners outside of the Lake of Rage, but since he's evolved his Gyarados already, it is a really easy fight to take care of. Now that we've taken care of everything around Mahogany Town, we're gonna head west towards Olivine and start taking care of the 5th and 6th gyms. So Afonso's Gyarados' stats, for those who are interested. It has a 26 to 27 HP AV, 11 to 12 attack, 23 to 24 plus defense, 18 to 19 special attack, 20 to 21 minus special defense, and 13 to 14 speed. Fonzo's Gyarados is the slowest out of the three. But it does have the best special attack out of the three. BillBonzai's Gyarados has the best attack, with Minnow slightly behind. Alright, so now we head into the lighthouse here. There are a couple of spinners in here that we need to dodge. There are some setups to get past them quickly if they like to cooperate. Bill opting for a surf on the Noctowl. Usually you go for a strength there, if I'm not mistaken. You can use surf. With his plus attack, strength definitely would have killed. Or tackle. Ah, gotcha, Chip. Okay, so now we're going up to the first spinner here. This one is brutal to hit because he has 5 Pidgey. Ooh, Bill jumping the gun a little bit, ended up getting hit. This is not going to be great. This guy has 5 Pidgeys. All of them are very easy to kill. But they can be a little bit trolly sometimes. They all do have sand attack, I believe. So this is definitely going to hurt BillBonzai's time quite a bit here. Let's see if Minnow can get by. Minnow goes for the spinner setup right away and gets past him, no issue. Minnow is going to take the lead here. Minnow's going to pick up a rare candy here that we'll use later to boost Gyarados up another level. And Minnow is going to probably go for another spinner setup here. He's going to run up to the wall. Did a little extra work there. I've not seen that form of the spinner minute before, but he manages to get through without an issue at least. So Minnow is definitely going to take a hefty lead here. See, Minnow's going to be talking to Jasmine at about 142.30. Bill just going for a standard setup. Minnow now on his way to Cianwood to go take on Chuck and to grab the secret potion for the Ampharos that is sick. It looks like Bill lost about a minute on Minnow, if I'm not mistaken. Minnow getting stuck on a rock there, almost got hit by that girl. Now, Chuck's movement here is going to be pretty tight. That walker that goes back and forth there, he is not bad to hit, but any spinner that you hit is going to diminish Minnow's lead here, so... This trainer has 2 Pokemon here, pretty easy to take out, you just use Surf. If you run out of Surfs, because PP is pretty tight in this area, I'm sure you can back it up with Strength, no problem. I believe that was his last Surf, so he will have to Strength on Chuck, which is not a big deal. It just so happens, under perfect conditions, you end up with an extra Surf for Chuck. Minnow almost getting punished for bad movement on the way out, but thankfully manages to creep out without getting hit. That movement is kind of difficult to do sometimes. If you bonk anywhere near that guy walking back and forth and you don't catch it, it's very easy to get caught. But manages to get through without any issue, so he's going to be starting Chuck here. Now, Chuck has 2 Pokemon. He's going to have a Primate, which is pretty easy to take out, unless you have the worst stats imaginable, which no number runners have, so that's good. His second one, however, is a Poliwrath. A Poliwrath has both Hypnosis and Body Slam. Hypnosis having a 60% chance to put you to sleep, and Body Slam having a 30% chance to paralyze you. Which means, if my math is right, there's a 90% chance that you get screwed. Poliwrath using its Citrus Berry, that's to be expected. And using Body Slam, but not getting the Paralyze, that is perfect. So Minnow's going to hold his lead against Chuck without much of an issue. Now let's see if Bill can get a clean Chuck as well. As long as Bill doesn't have a status infliction off of Poliwrath, we'll be in good shape. I'm gonna go for a tackle on Poliwrath since his attack is so good. Poliwrath went for Surf, so he gets a free pass through Chuck. That's gonna be great for Bill. Now that we've beaten this gym, as soon as we leave, we are given access to fly. So now we can finally fly around to various areas of the map. And we're also going to take care of some housekeeping things. So we're going to teach Fly to Kenya here, and we're also going to use a max Ether, I believe, on Gyarados in order to heal Surf. So that way we don't have to stop at a center in order to heal our PP. Once we got that taken care of, we're now going to fly off to Olivine, and we're going to get the potion to the Ampharos so we can unlock Jasmine. Bill is also opting to teach Whirlpool at this point to Sentret, so although it's going to look like he's losing a little bit of time, Minnow did not opt to teach Whirlpool at this point, so there will be some free time save, technically, for Bill later. Some runners opt to teach Sentret Whirlpool much later, some choose to teach it now. It does not matter when, as long as you remember to actually teach it. Bill going to check out his Pokedex to make sure that he's catching them all like he's gotta. Now he's gonna fly off to Olivine. Afonso working his way back through Rocket HQ right now. Now, there's not actually any gym trainers that we have to fight in this gym. They all appreciate our good deed of healing Ampharos, so they're just gonna tell us, you know, go along, you're fine, go beat Jasmine. Jasmine as a fight is not very difficult. All you need to do is just throw a couple surfs at her and you're done. Not a super difficult fight here at all. Minnow managing to click all the right buttons to beat Jasmine. Good job. Bill is opting to talk to the NPCs in this gym, at least the first one, in order to prevent them from having to walk to you. Minnow getting blocked by the gentleman and does not realize it. Then runs into the door frame at the same time. Probably busy looking at the notes and didn't expect to get stuck by him. So now we get a call from Elm about the rocket tower the radio tower, sorry, getting taken over by Team Rocket. We are going to make a slight detour, though, to Cherry Grove. Both Minnow and Bill's special attacks are not great. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a slight detour to pick up this Mystic Water here. If they had good special attack, they can delay picking this up till after Radio Tower. But in order to get rid of some unnecessary ranges, we're going to pick it up now. We're also going to feed a rare candy to Gyarados to bump it up to the... Then we're going to give it the Mystic Water to boost water-type attacks by 20%. Now we're going to fly off to Goldenrod and begin the, arguably one of the lesser interesting parts of the run, which is Radio Tower. Lot of rocket grunts that are easy to one-shot and require very little brain power to defeat. Minnow almost forgetting to head to the underground. To start the Radio Tower sequence, you have to go underground and get disguised as a rocket grunt. For some reason, this photo booth place just happened to have Team Rocket grunt outfits just lying around. I don't know why you would want to just casually dress up as a Team Rocket grunt for a photo opportunity. Bill, unfortunately, getting an encounter on the water on the way to Mystic Water. Unfortunately, because this is the only patch of tiles that you have to go across while in a wild, it's not worth it to repel on these tiles and just risk it. However, if you were able to hold off getting the Mystic Water until after the radio tower, then you could use a repel here in order to get past without hitting any encounters. The encounter rate is low because you have Gyarados in the front, which has Intimidate, which lowers the encounter rate. But that doesn't mean that the odds are 0. So unfortunate that Bill had to hit that, and that's going to set him back a little bit for Minnow. Afonso is now working his way to the gym. Afonso needing to reset the final room because he might have made a mistake on the puzzle. It is a very close race. I believe both of our runners here are within a minute and a half of each other for first and second. Bill, unfortunately, losing the near tie, or losing his lead because of hitting the bird trainer in the lighthouse that had 5 Pidgeys. So that unfortunately had cost him the lead against Minnow. Now we'll see if he can catch up to Minnow here. Both runners finding their carp within a second of each other as well. Really close through Rocket HQ and Gym 7. Just unfortunate that the lighthouse was a little bit of an equalizer that cost Bill his lead. There are still lots of opportunities, though, to come back from only being within a minute to 2 minutes behind. You'll definitely want to keep an eye out. Minnow is currently working his way through the first executive at Radio Tower. This one just has 5 coughings and a wheezing. You just surf all of them after restoring Surf's PP back in Cianwood. So now that Minnow has beat the Rocket Executive, he's going to get access to the basement key so he can go to the underground section of the Radio Tower takeover. As he goes down the stairs here, he just needs to be careful not to hit the Scientist by accident. But Scientist is very easy to hit if you just subconsciously hold right to keep moving. Can be a little tricky movement here if you're not careful. We're going to stop at the PC here and take a heal on Gyarados, not because it's low on health or anything, but because it's low on PP. So we're just going to restore its PP real quick. And Minnow is going to opt to drop Quilava in the PC as well at this time. Some runners may choose to hold on to Quilava all the way up to the Pokemon League, where we'll inevitably dump him into PC. But you can save a little bit of time by just being more efficient with dumping into PC like that. Bill hit the bird keeper in the lighthouse that has 5 Pidgeys, the very first one. So that unfortunately had cost him the lead. It is still a very close race, though. Any mistake from Minnow may allow Bill to catch up. Especially if Minnow accidentally hits in optional or a spinner. Minnow's going to start the rival fight in the basement here. There's nothing too interesting about the rival fights anymore now that we have a very high-level overpowered Gyarados. Alright, sending out Sneasel last here. Pretty textbook rival fight for Minnow there, as BillBonzai starts working on him. Afonso into the lighthouse now. Is going to have to start doing a spinner pass real shortly here. Let's see if Afonso can get past the spinners without any issue here. Because yes, that is the most interesting part of the run right out of all the 3 of these runners right now. Ooh, he went for it without a menu. He just tried to blind to get by, and unfortunately, he spun and hit him. So he's going to have to deal with the 5 Pidgey as well. Afonso is YOLOing every spinner. That seems to be a very bold strategy. I don't know if it's going to pay off for him, though. Movement in the room that Minnow is in right now can be kind of tight with a Rocket Grunt that kind of walks around a set of boxes. If you make too much errors here, he can see you, and it is not nice when he sees you. Afonso, yeah, I would say he's about 15 or so minutes behind, I think. Afonso YOLOing past the bird keeper and did it successfully this time. All right, so now we have finished the underground section here. Minnow is going to go up the stairs here, which is conveniently the basement of the shopping mall here. So we're going to go up to the third floor here, and we're going to go purchase a bunch of goodies, particularly X items. Very common item that you end up purchasing at some point in a Pokemon speedrun. They're used to boost your stats up one stage. We're gonna have plenty of X speeds here to outspeed some things. We're gonna buy plenty of X defense for red in case things go wonky. We're gonna buy a bunch of X attacks here to be able to power through certain fights. We're gonna buy a bunch of X speed, or we're gonna buy one X special here. There's only one fight where we really need our X special to get boosted, and a couple of X special defense as well for the final fight. So. Minnow's now going to head down one floor, and he's going to purchase a couple extra goodies. He's going to buy some escape ropes. He's going to buy 3 here. And he's also going to buy as many super repels as he can, or max repels, sorry, to get through the rest of the game without having to buy any. All right, and with all the shopping taken care of, we're going to head up to the last section of Radio Tower here. There'll be a string of 5 or 6 fights, I believe. Nothing too interesting happening on these fights either, just a lot of surf and strengths and making sure you select the right move. Our surf PP can get really tight here, especially if we make a mistake and accidentally select the wrong move. Afonso now working his way up Chuck's gym, got up to the first trainer without any issue. Now he's just got to get out without getting seen. And then as long as his movement is clean after that, he shouldn't end up hitting that walker. Bill working on his shopping now. He's only going to buy 1 escape rope here. I believe Bill is playing on Heart Gold, and on Heart Gold you only need 1 escape rope to get through the rest of the game. So Bill now on his way up to the last segment of Radio Tower here. Afonso taking it careful on Chuck's gym to make sure he doesn't hit that trainer. Three fights left for Minnow here. All 3 are executives. None of them are intimidating except for Ariana's Vileplume. It takes 2 strengths to kill Vileplume, so Vileplume does have a chance to attack, and I believe it has some interesting moves that could throw a wrench in things. Afonso barely getting past the gym trainer. He was unfortunately trying to go down a tile early on the stairs and almost was seen. Got roots there, but he managed to sneak through. So I'll keep an eye out on Minnow's screen here for Vileplume and hope Vileplume doesn't do anything too nasty to him. Bill opting to walk down to the executive, but not to actually talk to him. Afonso getting through Chuck without hopefully much of an issue. I didn't catch if Polyrath did anything trolly, but I don't think he did. So here comes Vileplume now. Hopefully Minnow either crits or just gets some good stuff. Mega Drain, that's fine. Now we're going to be working our way up to the top for the last executive. Archer, who has a Houndour, a Houndoom, and a Coughing. None of them are much of a threat. Looks like Bill getting through Vileplume without much of an issue, and Minnow also getting through Archer. So after a really long-winded conversation with the director at the top here, our runners will be off to Blackthorn to go take on Claire, the 8th gym leader of Kanto. Or Kanto, Johto. What region are we in? Where am I? So it'd be at this point in the run if any of our runners had good special attack, where they would go pick up the Mystic Water and be able to use a repel to avoid encounters. Unfortunately, they both had to pick up the Mystic Water already, and Afonso, who's just about getting to that point, I believe he can skip the Mystic Water just barely. Maybe not. Maybe he's just below the threshold. So it might be in his interest to pick it up as well. Looking back on the notes here. Alright, so we're going to be heading off to Blackthorn. To get there, we have to go through Icy Path, though. There's a lot of slide puzzles, and the last HM we need to pick up, which is Waterfall. So depending on our runner's speed here, they may opt to pick up a Carbos. There's a Carbos and Ice Path that you could pick up, and that will boost your speed just enough to outspeed some fights coming up here. If your speed is too bad, though, you kind of just have to roll with taking a hit off of some of them. But I believe both Minnow and Bill do not have to worry about that. We got a little bit of a classic strength boulder puzzle here. We're going to push this one strength boulder into the hole. Minnow going to be really careful and opting to run in this section instead of bike to make sure he doesn't accidentally fall down a hole and have to reset the his strength boulder process. He's going to fall down this hole, and he's going to run over and take care of everything else here. I'm going to get through that puzzle easy. The Carbos would be in that room, but since Minnow picked it up, did not choose to pick it up, it is clear that everything is good there. Didn't cheat Waterfall, though. I wonder if that's something he's going to do later. Typically, runners would teach Waterfall right away here as soon as their Repel wears out. Waterfall will not be necessary for Claire's gym, but it will be necessary shortly after. So he's got a couple of menus where he can go and teach Waterfall before it's necessary, but if he forgets to teach Waterfall, it is not going to be a very good time. So as we head into the gym here, there will be a little bit of a spinner setup that we can do on the first one. Just with movement, we can time when we get to him to be perfect with his spinner cycles, so he can't really hit us on the first time. We do need to pass him twice, though, and for the second time, we will do what's called a run minute, which what he will do... he's not going for the run minute. Instead, he went for a walk minute that worked out really well for him. I don't know if he was going for an actual spinner setup there or if he was just going for luck and got really lucky. But that was a great pass regardless. Bill is opting to teach Waterfall now to Gyarados. So Bill's going to fall behind again a little bit. But again, it's because Minnow has not taught Strength or Whirlpool, if I remember right. Minnow running right into the line of that spinner. Unfortunate thing for him. Bill is going to get an opportunity to catch up a little bit here. This guy only has 2 Mons, so he's not too bad, but any spinner you hit is not great. Let's see if this will be enough to catch up from Bill's unfortunate spinner earlier. Both of our runners at one spinner hit now. Procedure, unfortunately, not a one-shot. Bill getting a relatively quick pass on the first spinner there. Not much time to be lost there. Second spinner being a little trolly for Minnow there, but at least he gets past without any issue. Afonso hitting a spinner in Radio Tower. Little known fact, apparently that one guy on the second floor of Radio Tower that spins can actually hear you. So if you run near him, he will immediately look at you. This run is getting really close now, as long as Bill gets through without hitting any spinners. Unfortunately, this first one is taking a while to spin for Bill. Alright, it's the one pass. He's got 2 more to go. Gets past the second one. Now it's just for this one. This one can be a little trolly. She can hear you, so you can kind of do a quick run just to kind of get her looking way in your direction. Alright, so Claire. Claire is the first battle where we're going to be using Flail strats. Flail is a move that does more damage the less HP you have, so we're going to be juicing ourselves up with some X attacks while we wait for Gyarados to use Dragon Rage on us. Dragon Rage will always do 40 HP. So we're waiting till our health gets low enough for us to get Flail down to a base power of 100 or more. It kind of comes down to a combination of what our HP is for our Flail and how many X attacks we've used. So Minnow is going to use an Oran Berry here just to get above 40 HP so that when Gyarados attacks again, he's going to be down to 3 HP, which will give him Flail 200. Flail 200 and the amount of X attacks he has, I think, is a little overkill for what you would typically need. But you buy more than enough X attacks to not really have to worry about wasting them, usually. So Bill now starting Claire here. You do set up X type items on Claire here in order to guarantee Kingdra. You can definitely set up less if you want to go for ranges, but most of the time it's not worth it. So Minnow now getting through Claire without any issue. Minnow getting out at 2:18:30-ish. Alright, and Bill getting through Claire now without much of an issue. So Minnow is now taking the time to teach Whirlpool and Waterfall that he hadn't taught before. Bill gets out of Claire at about 2:19:15 it looked like, so there's only about 45 seconds difference, but Minnow is spending the time teaching HMs now, where Bill is not, so they're going to be very even coming out of this gym, I feel. Bill hopping out of the water now, which is right where Minnow is. It's going to be frame perfect coming out of Minnow's menuing almost. Bill does need to set up a quick max repel. But now they're within seconds of each other. Bill going to check out the sign about Dragon's Den. But we now have ourselves a close race again. So since our health was so low from Claire, we can just take care of that Dragonite really easily with Flail. So now that we're in like the main hut of Dragon's Den, we just have a little quiz we have to do here. Nothing too exciting going on here. If you're interested in the lore, it's because Claire thinks we're a cheater. We use too many X items against her, so she says that we need to go prove that we care about Pokemon. And then she bursts in and still doesn't believe it. Let's see how far apart our runners are now once they head out of Dragon's Den here. So Minnow gonna bust out that escape rope here at 21:21 and escape at about 55. Bill's gonna try and fly out of a cave. Unfortunately, that's not gonna work. Then goes for the escape rope. So Bill within 15 seconds of Minnow. Both now have to fly down to Newbark Town to get a hold of the Master Ball, as well as take a free heal. Unfortunately, the flail that we get off of Claire is short-lived because of the next stretch of fights that we have to do here. Now we're gonna head over to Ekritik City here and begin the Kimono Girl fights. We'll be fighting 5 Kimono Girls in a row. Each of them all have an evolution up to Gen 2. Each of them can be a little bit of a troll. So this Umbreon does have Confuse Ray. And tends to use it just like that on Minnow. So Minnow unfortunately going to hurt himself in Confusion. Gets a turn 2 snap though, so he gets out without much of an issue. Bill almost killing Umbreon turn 1, but is stuck with Confusion and hits through it. So that's going to be a little bit of time save for Bill. Bill's going to catch up here just a hair. Bill only about 10 seconds behind now. Picked up maybe 5-ish seconds. So now Minnow is going to be coming up to the fight that can really suck if you have bad speed, which is Jolteon. Jolteon can do a ton of damage to us, which is not good. Fortunately, though, both Minnow and Bill outspeed Jolteon, so they should be able to take it out without an issue, so long as they select the correct move to use. Next one up is Vaporeon, which takes 2 turns to take care of, usually. If any of our runners get a crit, that might help or hurt their lead here. Minnow not getting a crit. Getting a Surf, though. There's Vaporeon went for Quick Attack. Bill might catch up a little bit of time not having to deal with that not super effective text, but not enough to bother counting. So now that both of our runners have finished, they will now have to go take care of the legendary Pokemon, depending on what version they are. Minnow is playing on Soul Silver, and Bill is playing on Heart Gold, so we kind of get to see the best of both worlds here. It does not matter what version you play when it comes to doing a race. You can win with either version, because there are a lot of other factors that determine how good or bad a run is than just having to take time to go to do Lugia or Ho-Oh. There are some strengths and weaknesses to each version. For example, climbing up the bell tower itself is a lot slower than going to the Whirl Islands. However, it is easier to run away from Ho-Oh than Lugia if Lugia is really fast and your Gyarados is really slow, or some combination of that. it can be harder to run away on turn 1, which means you have to tank some hits for Lugia and lose time just not getting away turn 1. Also in Heart Gold, there is a max revive in the bell tower that is right on the way. So it's very easy to pick up, and something that we do need to pick up at some point during the run for the final fight against Red. So having one just conveniently, just a hair out of the way in bell tower is really nice. So Minnow is going to be working his way through Whirl Islands here. As long as he doesn't bonk too much, it'll be faster than going through Bell Tower. With 11 IV or higher, you always outspeed Ho-Oh. Okay. And it looks like Bill has 25 to 26, so in this case, it should be a guaranteed runaway. So on Bill's screen right now, here's that max revive I was talking about. So at this point in the run, this is now the first and only bathroom break you get in the run. This is usually just under a 4-hour run, so for some runners it is advantageous to make a quick sprint to the bathroom during this cutscene. Bill now is just starting the cutscene here with Ho-Oh. I believe the Ho-Oh cutscene is slightly shorter, if I'm not mistaken. One of them is shorter than the other. Minnow gonna hop onto the water here and talk to Lugia and hopefully run away turn 1. Gets the runaway on turn 1. You love to see it. It's gonna pop one more max repel here and then use an escape rope to get out. Now Minnow's gonna fly to New Bark and we're gonna be on our way to the Elite Four. Bill getting the free runaway on Ho-Oh. He's also going to be flying to New Bark now. This run is going to be very close. Gonna climb up the waterfalls here. This is the one place where we need waterfall in the run. Let's see if they go for a swag waterfall here. Minnow not going for swag waterfall. I think his run sucks now. Gonna be careful of that ace trainer. Both these runs suck now. None of them went for swag waterfall. How could they? Now, Minnow can kind of use a repel setup here for the one spinner here. I don't know that he's going to go for it, though. He's just going to do a regular spinner pass here. Really sketchy, but he gets through. He's going to try and get past the biker here without issue. Or the fisherman, sorry. Gets through Scott without an issue. Now he's going to be taking care of the first ace trainer here. Bill getting past the fisherman without any issue too now. Both are very close. Minnow screaming, I foroked in the chat. I don't know what that means. Both on the same fight now, only one Pokemon apart. Afonso going to pick up the Mystic Water now after Radio Tower. He opted to grab it late. Minnow bonking a little bit on his way to Ace Trainer Jake. Bill opting to just have the Ace Trainer come to him. It is sometimes worth to use an X attack on this fight if you have really bad attack. Neither of these runners have bad enough attack to consider using an X attack. Afonso unfortunately hitting a spinner right outside of Mahogany Town. If you don't head towards the top part of the route right away, it is very easy to hit him, unfortunately. That spinner does look left and up. He only has not to and like another psychic type, something rather that's easy to take out at least. I'm not actually sure what Minnow's nature is. I did not get to see it very well. He's either plus special defense or plus speed, and then either minus defense or minus special attack, so I am not sure. I think he's minus defense plus special defense, is my guess. So not a nature that particularly hurts him, but not one that helps him either. Alright, so both of our runners are now starting Victory Road, just seconds within each other. Minnow is going to have to pick up a Max Survive in here, since there is not a good equivalent in Whirl Islands, if I'm not mistaken. Bill getting caught up in some rocks here. Now they're opting to skip the Max Revive and Victory Road for the one at Mount Silver. It is a little faster, I believe, to get the Mount Silver one instead of the Victory Road one, but having the Victory Road one is nice as a backup for safety in case Gyarados dies. Now we'll be heading into, I believe, the final rival fight of the run. Again, our Gyarados is still very overpowered, so there's nothing to really worry about here. As long as your PP is all in line, you are pretty much guaranteed to win this fight as long as you click the right moves. Afonso seems to be getting caught up in Ice Path a little bit. Looks like he's finally got it figured out, though. With both runners so close going into the Elite Four, it'll be very interesting to see what strategies these two elect to do. If they both choose to try to play it safe, or if they try to risk it all. Alligator landing a crit on Gyarados. Looks like Afonso is just now getting into the Blackthorn gym. Hopefully he doesn't end up hitting any more spinners this run. He's hit quite a few already, I believe. Afonso getting himself stuck in a corner with the puzzle. Afonso trying to get on the bike. That's a... Ooh, and he chose to ran. That spinner is unfortunately not deaf, so if you run, he's going to look immediately at you. So unfortunate that he went to run that tile. He must have tried to close the menu pressing B or something. So I believe Bill is opting to dump all of his Pokemon in the PC except for Kenya. I believe Minnow is opting not to heal Gyarados and hold on to Sentret. Minnow is going to risk the Elite Four without the heal, I believe. So being at a lower health starting on Will means there might be less turns you have to take in order to get set up. The strategy here is to use either Flail or Strength. Ideally, you would wind up using a Flail because Flail is less text and also requires less X attacks to get set up compared to Strength. If you take the heal in the league, you end up at full health and kind of have to go for Strength strats, which aren't too bad for Will, because you only really need 3 to 4 X attacks, which is pretty good for having to go for Strength strats. So Minnow very quickly getting Flail off of the first Xatu that Will has, and is using Flail to wrap up everything now. Afonso using speed up on his emulator and has gone to Goldenrod to do something. He's going to take a photo here. I think Afonso is forfeiting his run. He is not forfeited yet on race time. Afonso marking himself as DNF on race time. Alright, unfortunately that will be it for Afonso. Both of our remaining runners, however, in the Elite Four right now. Minnow working his way to Bruno now. Alright, low health here for Minnow. Shouldn't be too big of a problem. Hitman Top had quick attack, but that's the only one that is a real concern here, I believe, for Minnow. There is a range on Machamp you can opt to go for by not using an X attack. I did not catch if Minnow used an X attack on this fight at all or not. Alright, Minnow, I believe, made it through Bruno without any issues. Minnow is going to start slowly picking up time here, having flail over Bill, unfortunately. There'll be plenty of time to pick it back up in Kanto, though. Umbreon does have double team here. And Umbreon did opt to go for it. Hopefully he doesn't miss. He didn't. All right, so Minnow is going to be off to Lance here. Lance will be another fight where we use Flail. So ideally, we want to be at lower health going into Lance so that we have to spend less turns getting things set up. He is going to switch to Sentret in the front, though. Our layout is going to switch down to our last two runners here. Thank you to the volunteers. So Minnow's going to spend a turn using a potion on Gyarados, so Gyarados is at a little better health to set up for Flail. Lance's Gyarados will usually do just under 20 HP. We do need to spend a turn setting up a X speed. Minnow down to 8 HP now, so he does have Flail 200. We're gonna opt to use a potion for safety. Sorry, he does not have Flail 200, he's Flail 150. Now he's down to 10 HP, still in Flail 150. So that did not really help him much. So Minnow is now in go mode for Lance. Dragonite is unfortunately going to be a range, maybe? He might have leveled up out of Flail 200. Or Flail 150, whatever Flail he's going for. Let's see, he currently has Flail 150. Depending on how many X attacks he has, he may or may not end up fighting some ranges here. Bill is also in go mode now with the exact same health. For Bill at 18 health, he barely has Flail 150. If he had 20 or more, he'd be in Flail 100. This level 50 Dragonite is what you set up to kill, so as long as Minnow gets away without any issue. He manages to kill the Dragonite. And Minnow manages to clear the Elite Four. So Minnow clearing Lance at 252. You could expect Kanto to usually take about an hour, so we can expect Minnow to finish at a time of about 252-ish, barring nothing crazy going on. A little over an hour. Like, best time to finish in this case would be a 252 to 253-ish for our runners. But we'll likely see closer to 4 hours. Just because there's race luck, which is always bad. Did I say 252? I meant 352. Yeah, race is over, folks. Alright, so both of our runners are going to hold soft reset as soon as the saving prompt shows up. That way the game will soft reset as soon as it's done saving. The game will not soft reset if you hold the soft reset buttons while the game is saving. But you want to make sure that you don't do it too early so you accidentally don't save. That is bad. Don't ask how I know. And now both of our runners are going to be off to Kanto. So both of our runners here are going to go to the lab and pick up the SS ticket, and then fly to Olivine to get on the SS Anne and do all of the really fun stuff before going to Kanto. So there's just a couple of things we have to do here as we head on to the SS Anne. Or Aqua, sorry. There will be one trainer battle and one little side quest with a girl who wants to play hide and seek that we have to take care of before the game will let us progress and arrive in Kanto. Here's that trainer fight that Minnow's going to be taking care of right now. There's nothing too interesting here, just a couple of surfs and a strength to take care of his team. Bill closely behind, also starting the battle now. Now we gotta play hide and seek with this girl a little bit. So now that we've arrived in Vermilion City, we're going to fly to the center. This is a little faster than going through the city itself and then all of the little gates and stuff while getting off the ship. Now, Minnow is going to elect to do a little more of an advanced strategy, which involves actually starting with Lieutenant Surge instead of Sabrina. So we're going to get to see Minnow's trash can luck right away and see if he can find them very quickly. Finds the first one without many issue. Let's see if he can get the second. And he gets the second, so he gets first try cans. So just like that, he'll be ready to start Surge. Meanwhile, Bill got no encounters on the way to Saffron, which is good. There are 3 tiles that you have to risk. It's not worth the repel. So Bill's going to be making his way through Sabrina's gym here, making sure to avoid the 2 spinners that can get in the way. Having a little bit of trouble with the first one, though. Now, Minnow's going to be getting through Surge using Waterfall. The only issue with that is that Waterfall is a contact move, and most of Surge's team, with the exception of Magneton, all have static. So, an ideal situation involves not getting paralyzed, but I believe we still need to use 1x speed here at some point. This is a route that Minnow came up with himself, by the way. Minnow unfortunately getting paralyzed there that he needs to heal. Over on Bill's side, Sabrina is not too much of a trouble. All you need is 1x speed to make sure that you outspeed all of her team, and then they all die to 1 waterfall. Unfortunately paralyzed, coming into Electabuzz, who's going to elect to heal it. This is a strat that you can only pull off what Minnow is doing as long as you have good attack and good speed. Otherwise, you would elect to go Sabrina first like Bill is. Bill, even though he could have done Surge early, he's elected to do the typical strategy, which is a lot safer, and also likely due to him not knowing the early Surge route. Minnow very carefully walking through the 3 tiles to avoid encounters as much as possible, instead of just YOLOing it. Minnow's going to get the first spinner set up, no issue, as he heads into Sabrina's gym. He's going to run 1 tile here. Oh, maybe not. He's not going to go for the run manip. He's just going to do a basic spinner manip on the second one. A little bit of time lost, but it is safer. So Bill now is headed east of Cerulean towards the power plant because we have to do a small side quest here with the power plant. So we need to talk to the head of the plant there so that activates the machine part side quest here that is necessary for completing the game. We're now going to fly back to Cerulean and activate the rocket grunt by heading into Misty's gym. Minnow's now also going to work his way up to Cerulean City, as Bill makes his way up Nugget Bridge. Keep in mind that Minnow has done one more gym leader already than Bill. But Minnow is now also going to start the machine part side quest. So we unfortunately have to break the news to this Rocket Grunt that Team Rocket is no more, because for some reason he did not catch the memo and he runs off to do something. Like the rest of the Rocket Grunts that just vanish after you foil all the plans. So now we have the Nugget Bridge trainers. There are quite a few of them. They're not very interesting to take care of because they all have much lower level pokes than we do. Minnow now activating the machine part side quest. This Rocket Grunt has quite a way with words. Bye bye, a go go. This Vaporeon, unfortunately, you have to two-shot. I don't know if the Rocket Grunt is German. I'm not sure what his whole shtick is. I don't know what accent he's trying to put on, if anything. All right, so Bill's coming up on a double fight here. This double fight is not a difficult one, but it can be an annoying one. And since we still have Kenya in the party, it is very convenient. And that's part of the reason why this fight gets really annoying. As you can see, Kenya was put to sleep by Effect Spore, since Aerial Ace is a contact move. So unfortunately, Bill is going to have to waste a little bit of time waking Kenya up. This Blossom that comes out here is one that you want to make sure is killed immediately once it comes out on the field. So you have both target Blossom in case Gyarados doesn't kill, because most of the time it is not a one-shot for Gyarados. Or at least that's how it feels. Alright, now that Bill is done with the double battle, he's got one more fight that he has to take care of. This guy just has a Porygon that gets one-shotted by Waterfall. No big deal. Minnow now getting started on the double fight. So now once we get to the end of the route here, we're going to see this guy run off, likely because he was too embarrassed to show us his Yu-Gi-Oh! Collection. Misty's going to get mad at us because the dude had a really sick deck and he just ran away. So now we're going to fly back to Cerulean and we're going to go take care of Misty. So there's some specific movement you could take in Misty in order to make sure that you don't end up hitting anybody. Bill did not do that movement right away, so he's going to have to wait a little bit normally. Bonking on the little dividers there in the lanes of the pool, but still getting through without getting hit, and that's what matters. Minnow's in a bit of a situation here. Blossom is still on the field. Kenya went for a fly on Paris. And Gyarados is paralyzed. Blossom missing a stun spore, but Gyarados is still not able to do anything. Minnow's going to heal that paralysis now. Bill's going to start setting up on Golduck here. Unfortunately, Bill's health is very high, so he is going to have to opt for strength strategies more than likely. Psyduck is not guaranteed to use Psychic, and even if it does use Psychic, it only does about 30 HP to you or so. So it is not really efficient to wait around until Golduck decides to hit you down into a flail range, so you just set up to use Strength instead. And you'll have just enough strength to get through Misty, so long as you didn't hit any spinners or use a wrong move or anything. You know, just getting through the double fight now. He's definitely going to have lost a little bit of time with how that fight went, I believe. But remember that he still has already defeated Lieutenant Surge, whereas Bill has not, so... So Bill getting through Misty without too much of an issue there, just a couple of strengths and all set. So now that we've picked up the machine part in Misty's gym, Bill is going to head off to go put the machine part in. Minnow is going to make a detour actually to Celadon City and go take care of Erica right now, I believe. Yep, he's going to go take care of Erica. So the deal with Erica is Erica leads with a jump fluff that likes to use Sunny Day. Sunny Day will double the speed of everyone on her team because of all their abilities, which I believe is chlorophyll. So it is not great to attack while the sun is up. However, you can use the next speed to outspeed everything, but it just results in another turn of setup. The jump off also has Leech Seed, which will do an 1/8 of your HP so long as the enemy has an alive Pokemon at the end of the turn. So you definitely need to be careful of that as well if you're going for a flail strategy. So Bill is now beginning Rock Tunnel here. Rock Tunnel runners will opt to memorize the movement instead of bothering to teach Flash. Movement in it here is very tight. There are a lot of gaps that are only 1 tile wide that are really hard to hit. Minnow took a level right at the beginning of Erica that might screw up his flail here. At 225 HP, he is now out of flail 150 and instead at flail 100. Now he is down to 1 HP, and Tangela gets an Omni boost. Still faster, though, so he's going to get Flail 200 off. And Tangela still survives and Ancient Powers. And gets another Omni boost. That is not a great scenario to be in for Minnow. Meanwhile, Bill is going to PC heal Gyarados and pull out Quilava and Sentret. Minnow going for the revive on Gyarados as Erica goes for the full restore. Another ancient power on Kenya. Let's hope it is not another another Omni boost. That's what, 3 in a row? Is that 3 Omni boosts? This fight is getting very scary for Minnow. Setting up an axe attack here. Another ancient power at +3. Is that going to be enough? 4 HP. He lives. But Tangle is at +3 speed, and it hits again and kills. Oh, no. He's still got Sentra to back up with if he's going to revive Gyarados again. But this is just a very unfortunate fight for Minnow. That Omni boost on Tangela is brutal. Meanwhile, Bill gets the first trash can, but he doesn't get the second, unfortunately. So he's going to have to try again. Finds the second one immediately. Minnow whiting out. That's going to end up putting him all the way back in Newbark, I believe. Bill getting through the first Raichu without an issue. Gonna go for an X accuracy. That's an interesting play. I'm not sure what the strat is here. Usually you set up with an X speed on Surge in order to outspeed the electrodes here. This electrode has another chance to hit. Now he's going for the X speed. Electrode not getting punished by it, with only getting double teams. And unfortunately getting a paralyzed on the last Electabuzz. Afonso has opted to forfeit his race already. I believe Minnow is also opting to forfeit this race. Based on the results of this race, I believe both participants will end up in the lower bracket, based on how the bracket is laid out. Only the fastest second place time winds up in the upper bracket. So I believe both Minnow and Afonso, for their forfeits, will wind up in the lower bracket. So Bill is going to use a Master Ball here to capture Snorlax. Snorlax will be important later in the run, and hopefully will not troll us. We care about Snorlax's HP defense and special defense. Bill has opted to buy a second Netball to back up a Quagsire if necessary for red.
What's up?
What's up, everyone?
Hello, hello. Here on the line, we got Minnow and Afonso. How are you guys feeling after those crushing defeats? I know it must feel awful.
I am sleepy.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of misplayed, but it's like that Tangela. I don't know. If it didn't Omni Boost, it would have been fine. So what can you do?
I know those Omni boosts were absolutely awful.
And after that, I don't think that even if I had after the blackout, I could have continued, but it would have been a second place, maybe 358 at best. So I don't think it would have been I don't think I would have qualified for the next round.
Well, at least both of you guys will have another chance in the lower bracket, right?
Oh, is it double elimination?
Yeah, did you
there
know?
is a lower
Oh
bracket.
man, I thought this was my final race. Oh god.
Nope, there is a lower bracket. The best second place time remains in the upper bracket. All other second places go to the lower bracket. But I think you have to be a 340, high 340 now to get second, whatever Rubentus's time was earlier.
Oh, okay. So I'll have to keep playing then. I could have continued that then. I thought this was my final race.
Oh, you got one
All
more
good.
chance.
Yeah, alright.
No worries. I think you would have ended up in the lower bracket anyway, depending on your time. And it wasn't looking great after that Tangela wipe, so...
No. But yeah, I guess it's just Bill. Bill just has to finish now.
Yeah, it's all up to Bill. Hopefully Bill will finish and we don't have a three-way tie.
Well, a three-way tie would definitely be something we have to retry.
Yeah, it would be something. I don't know how we would handle a three-way forfeit. Maybe because he's the last to forfeit, he defaults first? I don't know.
Surely he knows.
At this point, he can just lose to Brock a couple times.
Yeah, right.
Catch Mewtwo, beat Red with it.
Honestly, at this rate, if I had continued, I could have just banked on him forfeiting. Damn. Would have finished second. Good game, Minnow.
Good game. Well, that's what you get when you don't play this game for like a month and then you try to run it. It doesn't go well. You should practice. Don't be me.
Now we know for the second race.
Ooh. Afonso, you got a lot of echo coming out of your mic here. You might need to take a look at something quick.
Alright, I'm probably just gonna go then. Thank you very much.
No worries. Thanks for the race. Better luck next time. Alright, so Bill looks like he got through Brock without too much of an issue, so... Alright, so Bill is making his way down to Cinnabar Island here. If he can get back into the menu really quick after this rappel, he can avoid the one lady swimming back and forth here without much trouble. He opts to play it safe, though, and just wait for her to go past and go the other way. So Bill is coming up to the most difficult fight, God itself.
Bidoof badoof.
The doof badoof. The doof be doofin'. So gets through the difficult fight in the run with flying colors. And for all those interested, there is one more race happening. It is happening at 6:30 p.m. EST against GT Magic Man, Affected Ashes, and Stochi. That is going to be hosted on Speed Gaming 3 tonight. There's currently no commentator signed up, though. I hope someone is going to volunteer, because I don't want to commentate 2 Heart Gold Soul Silver runs in a day. That gets to be a lot with a 4-hour run.
Yeah, that's like 8 hours.
Yeah, I want to do something with my day here. I got Scarlet and Violet to play, man.
It's talk of the town.
It is. So nothing too crazy to say about Blaine's gym here. It'll just be a surf fest to kill everything in here. Blaine can be a bit of an issue if you have a slow Gyarados. There are a couple of situations you can be in if you're slow enough. Magmar, if it outspeeds you, knows Thunder Bunch and can do quite a bit of damage to you. Otherwise, Rapidash can use Bounce, and Bounce not only wastes a turn because it's a 2-turn move, it can also paralyze. Otherwise, it can use Flare Blitz and Overheat, which can be really good for setting up Flail HP.
Yeah, so Quick Attack is the best thing to get here.
Quick Attack is the best.
Unless
But
you
if you're
outspeed,
looking
I
for
guess.
Flail.
Uh-huh. Did you know that all of Blaine's Pokemon have a white herb for whatever reason?
I've noticed that on at least his Torkoal.
You mean his Macargo?
Or, yeah, sorry, whatever he... a one fire animal thing.
It's like a snail.
Yeah. Sorry, there is a Torkoal in the gym, and doesn't that Torkoal have a white herb too?
I think it has the ability, or like, you know, like white smoke, I think,
Oh, okay.
or something. Let me see.
Something similar.
Yeah. It's basically like clear body.
Right. Nice. Slow fire animal, yeah, there. That's how you describe it. They both have shells. They both live in their shell. Like, what's the difference? Alright, so now Bill is going to fly off to Celadon City, and he's going to take on Erica and hopefully not get a triple Omni Boost Tangela. Alright, some really annoying movement in this gym. It's hard to see where your character is and where the openings are between all of the flower gates or whatever. Minnow was
Yep.
opting for a riskier strat where you take the gyms in a slightly different order in order to maximize flail. But it does end up being riskier.
Yeah, since you're like usually with the route BillBonzai is doing, you're at pretty high HP for Misty, but with the route I was doing, I was gonna be going into Misty at like 50 HP at most. So if I had gotten crit by Psychic or something, triple Omniboost, then it's easy to die.
Right. So no Sunny Day yet from Bill. It's optimal to kill Jumpluff at this point, so it doesn't use Sunny Day. Looks like he's gotten 3 turns of setup without Jumpluff using Sunny Day. That should be enough to sweep with Strength.
Does he have good enough attack to go to only +3?
He is he's like 0 to 1 plus.
Oh, okay.
All right, so Bill managed to click all the right moves and got through Erica without any issue. Leveling up to 69. All right, so now we're going to be working our way down to Fuchsia City, and we're going to go to Fuchsia City through Cycling Road to the west of Celadon. And what's notable about that route is there is one spinner on there that we have to avoid. There is one spinner setup, or there's a couple of spinner setups you could do, but it is still a very difficult pass to do quickly and optimally. A lot of runners will instead kind of slowly creep their way down to the spinner in order to get a safer pass. So we'll see what Bill elects to do here. There's absolutely no pressure for him, though. As long as he completes his race, he is the winner of this race. So it looks like Bill is going to just take it safe here. He's going to bonk against the spinner itself and then just kind of bonk against this wall here until he looks away. Then he's going to flash the menu and then just zoom right on down. So now that we're in the Fuchsia Gym, there's a lot of invisible walls that we have to dodge, so we're just going to sneak around them real quick. And then we're going to fight Janine. If you have good enough attack, you could skip an X attack on Janine here and just go for it. Looks like Bill does have the attack to be able to skip using a X attack here. And you can see that because he went right for Waterfall. Crobat is a bit of a troll in that it has some confusion moves. So it's a really good thing that we got through Crobat without getting confused. Wheezing is what you would set up for if you needed to use an X attack. This should be a guarantee for him. And the rest of Janine's team is pretty easy to take care of, just a combination of waterfalls or strengths. If you're feeling particularly special, you could use strength on Venomoth here. JK, LOL, waterfall. Waterfall everything. I'm reading the notes wrong, don't listen to me. Okay, so now we beat Janine. Now we are up to go to the last two fights. These fights are the most difficult. The first of the two, which is blue, can be very, very trolly. And then red is red, of course. So we can't just fly to the Viridian Gym, unfortunately. We do need to fly. Before we fly, though, Bill is going to elect to full heal his Gyarados, as well as probably restore its PP as well, just to make sure that he has enough PP to survive the rest of the fights up ahead. Now he's going to fly down to Cinnabar Island and talk to Blue. Blue will be kind of hanging out on the shores of the island until you talk to him. We just got a little bit of a slide puzzle here. We're going to talk to the gym trainer to trigger our Gyarados going into the ball, because it's a little faster than him coming to tell us about the gym and then force our Gyarados in the ball. It's just going to navigate our way through the slide puzzle. It's not too difficult here. So now as we come up to Blue here, Blue's lead is an Executor, and this Executor really likes to use Trick Room. Now, Trick Room is a move that makes slower Pokemon move first, and we want to be faster than everything in Blue's gym, so that there's no chance of them attacking us or doing anything weird. So our goal is to set up 4 X attacks and heal a Hypnosis as Trick Room ends, so that once the Trick Room is lifted, we can enter like go mode and just wipe the gym. So there's Trick Room first one, so that's good to see. Now we're just looking for a Hypnosis to put Gyarados to sleep. That miss is unfortunate. Alright, now he finally fell asleep. That's good. You like to see that. And a miss Leaf Storm. That's interesting. So now he's going to use a Awakening here to wake up Gyarados. Since Executor has failed to land a hit yet, he's just going to use the Awakening instead of wasting a full restore. Now the Twisted Dimensions have returned to normal, and he's going to use Strength to take out Executor. If for some reason something went wrong and we were not ready to go when Trick Room ended, Executor will always throw up a new Trick Room as soon as the old one ends. So if we were stuck in the middle of a Trick Room, we can either go to +5 and throw some Pokeballs to kill some turns or heal again or whatever. So rest of Blue is not too scary now, as long as we select the correct moves. Arcanine does have Extreme Speed, which can be unfortunate if we are too low of HP. It also has Roar, which can throw Gyarados back into the ball and throw out another Mon. And that's really bad, because then we lose all of our stat changes. And a similar issue exists with Pidgeot with Whirlwind. If Pidgeot uses Whirlwind, we can be in a whirl of trouble. Gyarados here is fortunately a guarantee for Bill, having a plus... or no, sorry, that was a 15 and 16. No, not even a 15. It was a 14 and 16. It was a 14 and 16 to kill Gyarados there, so good thing that he took care of that. Nice. Alright, so Blue is taken care of now. Now it'll be time for Big Bad Red. So there'll be 5 variables here that matter when it comes to how we're going to handle Red. That comes down to Gyarados' current HP, its max HP, as well as Snorlax's max HP, its defense, and its special defense. So with Red, he leads Pikachu, of course. Pikachu has a lot of moves that it likes to use, of course. But in particular, we're looking for Pikachu to use Volt Tackle. Now, Volt Tackle is a move that deals recoil damage. So when Pikachu kills let's say a full health Snorlax, it's going to take a lot of recoil damage because Snorlax has a lot of HP. The issue, though, is if Snorlax's special defense is too low, Pikachu will look at Thunderbolt and go, I can kill with that and use Thunderbolt. So that is not a great situation to be in. So hopefully we want Volt Tackle to not really... Or we want Volt Tackle to be pretty much guaranteed out of Pikachu and Thunderbolt not on the table at all. It is not always the case, and sometimes we do have to work around a Thunderbolt. But as long as Snorlax's stats aren't too bad, there is usually a way to get out alive with Snorlax. In the event that Bill has a really bad Snorlax or doesn't feel comfortable using the Snorlax strat that he has to do in order to finish the run, he did buy an extra netball way long ago that he will use to capture a Quagsire. Quagsire being a ground type, so electric moves don't do anything. I've never seen the Quagsire strat myself, so I'm interested to see if we have to go for it, what that looks like. It's definitely not something you want to resort to, because catching Quagsire takes a little bit of time. So we're going to teach Rock Climb to Snorlax, and that is when we're going to get a peek at stats here. So 88 and 117, that should be fine. The defense is really good, so Pikachu will not think about using Iron Tail. So now we have to climb all the way up Mount Silver. This is a very difficult area to move efficiently in, especially if you are also trying to do all the math on the side to figure out what the strategy is for handling red. There are some tools made by Minnow, actually, who participated in this race, where you can punch in a bunch of stats on a little site, and it can tell you what the strats that you can do are. So that way it kind of takes out a lot of the brain power required to figure out what strategy you should use while you climb up this very tedious dungeon to go up. There's not a lot of good opportunities where you have a free hand to jot some notes down or punch numbers in or anything like that, so... Bill, almost all the way up Mount Silver. There are 2 max revives you can pick up here in Mount Silver if you feel the need to. They can be useful if you had to use one earlier in the fight, or in the route, because you died. So, because at the very beginning of the run, we set our date and time to be something very specific, at least the date for sure. It is currently not hailing up on the top of Mount Silver, so that way it is very easy for us to do this fight, because Blizzard is no longer a guarantee because it's not hailing, and also because we don't take hail damage. So it looks like Bill's strategy involves leading Gyarados, or not Gyarados, sorry, involves leading Snorlax here. So let's see what he ends up doing here. So he's immediately going to switch to Gyarados, so Pikachu deals Volt Tackle to Gyarados instead. So that's going to do a ton of recoil damage to Pikachu. While we're dealing recoil damage to Pikachu, we do want to be very careful of how much recoil Pikachu takes when. Because if Pikachu gets too low of HP, Red is going to use a full restore to heal it, and kind of diminish all of the effort that we've put in having Pikachu use recoil to kill itself. So we're going to max revive Gyarados here, so it's all ready to go for later in the fight once we kill Pikachu. We're going to send Snorlax back out, and I would imagine I'm going to switch into Kenya, so Kenya takes the Volt Tackle now, and Pikachu takes a little bit more damage. So Pikachu is going to take more damage from recoil there, not enough to kill it, and not enough to put it in heal. Now we're going to send out Gyarados again, so Pikachu's at -2 attack now. And then he's going to send out a Sentret, and Pikachu's going to get hit with Thunderbolt. Now he's going to send out Snorlax and likely go for a Giga Impact. So Pikachu opted to use Thunderbolt here, which is not going to kill, thankfully. And then now he's going to use Giga Impact, and that'll finish off Pikachu. There are some strategies where you can use Giga Impact to save turns on Red. It is not the safest path, though, because Giga Impact has only a 90% accuracy. And if it misses, you're going to be in a very unfortunate situation. So now that we got Gyarados in, he is going to safety revive Quilava just in case something happens to Gyarados over the remainder of the run, so he doesn't have to start from scratch. And he's going to use NX Special Defend to be able to tank Blizzards. Blizzards here can be really scary, which is why we're going to use the 2X Special Defense to tank them better. If they still crit, it is still a very scary situation. Oh no, he crit. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so we barely survived, but frozen solid. That's okay. We can heal that with a full restore. That was very lucky. Unfortunately, he's nowhere near set up to take advantage of 5 HP, which would be Flail 200. He's going to set up an X speed now to make sure that he's faster than everyone on Red's team. And now he's going to start setting up X attacks. So usually you need to set up 5 if you're going for like the standard strat. You could set up less if you somehow conveniently wind up in Flail territory for Flail 150 or 200. But then you might start fiddling with some ranges, and it's not super consistent to try to go for them with things like Crit Blizzard and a lot of math having to be done in order to figure out if you're going to survive certain hits or not, and with how much. So Blastoise is now out of Blizzard, so he's going to be using a mix of like Hydro Cannon and Flash Cannon, I believe, or Focus Blast. Focus Blast and Hydro Cannon, I think. Blastoise is going to take a Waterfall now after Gyarados is all set up. He's probably went to +5. Oh, there's a Flash Cannon, so I was right. And then now he's going to finish it off with Strength. Using Waterfall, make sure that Blastoise doesn't go to heal range. We do not want Red to use a full restore because it wastes time. So being really conscious about what moves we use first. There's a lot of Pokemon here that require 2 shots to kill. Most notably would be Blastoise, Lapras, and Venusaur. This Snorlax, though, is going to go down in 1 hit, no issue. Now Lapras is going to come out here. Lapras does have Body Slam, which can paralyze you. I don't know if he's in kill range at this time, so I'm not going to say that there's a risk of dying, but there is a risk of getting paralyzed if it uses Body Slam. Unfortunately, he gets the flinch, though. So Lapras doesn't even get an opportunity to hit. That's a great thing to see. Charizard coming out now. That's going to be finished with a Waterfall really easy at +5 and super effective. Now, Red elected to take a Venusaur last, so as long as nothing goes hairy here, this will be a GG for Bill. Venusaur does have Sludge Bomb, which likes to do a lot of damage. Instead, it opted for a Sleep Powder, so he's just going to use a full Restore here. Get rid of the Sleep and be able to tank whatever Venusaur plans on using here. Venusaur, fortunately, just goes for Giga Drain, so that's not too scary. Minnow opted to forfeit because he died to Tangela. He went for a much riskier strat early on with that takes Erica early, and he ended up dying and decided to forfeit his run. Bill, though, congratulations, finishing with a time of 3:54:37, it looks like. Congratulations to Bill for winning, not only by default, but with a sub 4-hour time. Congratulations to Bill. Bill is our winner for this race. I have gone ahead and marked him done, so he should be coming in here shortly to talk about his run. Well, hello there.
Hi,
Congratulations. How do you feel?
thank you. Well, we want everybody a DNF.
Yeah, the DNFs were definitely unfortunate.
What's going on to Alfonso? Because I know Minnow take ancient power on Tangela and Mr. Range.
Yes. So Afonso decided to forfeit around Blackthorn Gym. He hit the first spinner, trying to do a spin manip, and accidentally ran into him. And I think knowing how far behind he was, I think he just decided it was worth his time to forfeit, I think.
Yeah.
Because it was
And,
hitting that
and,
spinner that kind of drew him over.
And Minnow can't continue.
Minnow could have continued, but I think he wasn't in the right headspace to try and finish out the run or something. So he just opted to forfeit. He didn't realize that there was a lower bracket that he could still fight for.
Okay.
so
Because
he
the battle between Minnow and me was very close. I have 20 seconds behind after the cap, but
Yeah, you
I
guys-
take an optional, so it was 40 seconds during 1 hour, one half hour,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, they're from Magikarp all the way to the champion. You guys were within like a minute or two of each other, taking lead back and forth from each other. It was definitely a really worthwhile watch. I had a lot of fun commentating over it.
My execution was so bad, so bad. So many bonks, so many extra steps, but sub 355 is okay. Very good.
That is definitely good. You didn't hit any optionals either, did you?
Sorry, I don't,
Sorry. Which optionals did you hit again? If you hit any.
I take the first during the lighthouse
Oh yeah, that's right. You did
with
hit
a
the
5
lighthouse.
PG, but
Yeah.
with the 5 PG
yeah.
and the IV in speed, I
Yeah.
outspeed Rapidash
Yeah,
because
that
of this
definitely helped.
extra trainer. That was stupid.
Right. Yeah, and that you had a really good cart too. That plus attack
Yep.
definitely helped you out in a lot of places.
Plus attack, but 0 or 1 IV.
yeah,
So
that part
I
you don't
take,
like to see.
I take I'll take some range on on some Pokemon.
Right.
In a chuck split, I take the range on the I don't know the English name of this Pokemon.
Mhm. Who's the trainer?
and, yep. Chuck.
Oh, on Chuck?
I
Okay.
use the tackle plus strength.
Yes, on Polyrath. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Polygrass. Yes.
Mhm.
And I take the range between with blue.
Okay.
But it was 50, 40 on 50. Well, it was 80%, I think.
Mhm.
So no, it was a pretty good race. Very lucky. If you forget the start, the start was awful. So
Yeah.
many Pokemon, and the fight between River Falkner with two crits.
Mhm.
But no.
Yeah, you did take a death to Faulkner, didn't you?
Yep.
Yeah.
But good race, but not happy about my execution. So I hope that during the next race I'm going to be better, because too many bonks and too many extra steps.
For sure. Hopefully you get some good matchups in the next round here, sitting in the winners bracket. It's gonna be some stiff competition though. You have to,
Yes,
work on
Yes,
that
yes,
movement a
yes.
little bit.
it's going to be fun.
Oh, of course. I'm looking forward to your performance of the rest here. Unfortunately, I'm in the lower bracket myself now, so it'll be hard for us to end up racing together if you just steamroll through the upper bracket, which I'm rooting for you to do so.
So how many race mince.
So there is one more race today, and I
One
think
more?
that is the end of the first round.
Okay, that was my question.
Yep.
Thank you.
No worries. I kind of figured what you were trying to ask about, so And that one is happening in a little over an hour here, I believe. And that is going to be happening on Speed Gaming 6, I believe. I'm trying to
no.
find it. I thought I had a tab for it. Nope, that's happening on Speed Gaming 3, which is twitch.tv/speedgaming3. It'll be JT Magic Man, Affected Ashes, and Stochi. That'll be another interesting match here to look out for today.
Okay.
So
So
I
thanks to commentary, and I'm
Oh, of
going
course.
to eat.
yeah, I know. I had to sneak off and grab a bite too. I was getting so hungry. So
So thank you, and see you next time.
of course. And for the people watching on Speed Gaming 3, I hope you guys enjoyed. It was a blast doing commentary for this amazing race. Stick around in an hour at twitch.tv/speedgaming3 for the Heart Gold Soul Silver Manipless race amongst people I mentioned earlier. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your day.